Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The visions came to Kira Brunzebird on the night of the winter solstice, when the ancient halls of the exiled dwarves resonated with the haunting echoes of their lost homeland. In her dreams, she walked the grand corridors of Moria not as they were now dark and abandoned, but as they had been in their glory days, when mithril lamps cast their eternal light upon walls of polished stone and gold. But this night's vision was different. Instead of the familiar scenes of grandeur, she witnessed a moment that had shaped the destiny of her people, the awakening of the Balrog. Yet what she saw challenged everything written in the scrolls of history. There stood her ancestor, Thoren Brunzebird, not reaching greedily for mithril, as the stories claimed, but desperately trying to seal an ancient door, his hands bloody from carving emergency runes into the stone as darkness and flame approached. Kira woke with tears streaming down her face and a purpose burning in her heart. Her family had carried the shame of supposedly awakening the Balrog for generations, living in exile not just from Moria, but from other dwarf communities who blamed them for the loss of their greatest kingdom. Within a fortnight, she had gathered an unlikely company. Grommash the Penitent, an ORC who had renounced the dark ways of his people, stood nearly twice her height, but followed her lead with unwavering loyalty. His knowledge of the dark places beneath the mountains would prove invaluable. Then there was Felindril, an elven warrior who had lost his sight in an ancient battle, but whose other senses had grown so keen he could read the whispers of the stone itself. Their journey began at the east gate of Moria, where ancient dwarf runes still guarded the way. Kira traced her fingers across the warnings carved there, feeling the echo of her ancestors' final message. Not all doors are meant to be opened. Not all that sleeps should wake. The first days in the mines tested their resolve. They navigated through halls where darkness seemed to have physical weight, where the air itself carried memories of terror and loss. Grommash's massive frame often proved useful in clearing paths blocked by centuries of debris, while Felindril's acute hearing warned them of dangers long before they became visible. In the Chamber of Records, they found their first real clue. Hidden behind a false wall that only dwarf craft could detect, they discovered a journal written in Thoren Brunzebird's own hand. The pages spoke of a discovery that had troubled him deeply, ancient warnings about something far worse than the Balrog, something that dwelt in the deepest places beneath the mountain. The creature of shadow and flame is not our enemy, one passage read, but our last defense against what lies below. We were wrong to fear it. We were wrong about everything. As they ventured deeper, they encountered others who called the abandoned halls home, a clan of deep gnomes who had maintained a secret archive of Moria's true history. A lone dwarf prospector who had gone mad from isolation, but whose ramblings contained crucial pieces of their puzzle. Even a young dragon, no larger than a horse, who remembered songs sung by the stones themselves. The truth began to emerge like a statue being freed from rough stone. The Balrog had not been awakened by dwarf greed. It had been awakened deliberately, but not by Thoren Brunzebird's folly. It had been roused by something far more ancient and terrible stirring in the deep places of the world. Thoren had discovered this truth and tried to prevent the Balrog's awakening, not out of fear of the demon itself, but because he knew it was the only thing standing between the world above and horrors beyond imagination. Their moment of truth came in the lowest halls, where the very air seemed to burn with ancient power. Here, carved into walls of black stone that seemed to drink in light, they found the true history. The Balrog had been a guardian, placed there by powers beyond mortal understanding, to prevent the rise of creatures that had been imprisoned in the Earth's core since the world's beginning. Kira stood before the ancient murals, her heart heavy with the weight of understanding. My ancestor didn't fail because he was greedy, she declared to her companion. He failed because he tried to stop what was necessary. The Balrog's awakening was not our shame, it was our purpose, but their discovery came with a price. The stirring they felt beneath their feet, the tremors that shook dust from the ancient ceiling, told them that the very things the Balrog had been meant to guard against were finally waking. They had found their truth, but with it came a new responsibility. Using ancient dwarf magic passed down through her bloodline, Kira began the ritual her ancestor had tried to prevent. Gramish's deep voice chanted in the black speech of his people, not to curse, but to bind. Felindril's unseeing eyes shed tears as he sang in Elvish, weaving spells of awakening and restoration. In that moment, as power surged through the ancient halls, and the shadows themselves seemed to dance, Kira understood that sometimes redemption comes not from erasing the past, but from understanding it fully. The Balrog's awakening had not been their greatest shame, it had been their greatest service to the world above, though none had known it. When they finally emerged from Moria weeks later, they carried with them proof of their discoveries, ancient scrolls, Thorin's complete journals, and artifacts that testified to the true history of the Balrog's awakening. The shame of generations began to lift, not just from Kira's family, but from all those who had carried the burden of Moria's fall. For in the end, the greatest truths often lie hidden beneath layers of history and misunderstanding, waiting for those brave enough, or perhaps foolish enough, to seek them out. And sometimes, what we think is our greatest disgrace turns out to be our finest hour, viewed through the clarifying lens of truth and time. Story 2. In the highest tower of the Celestial Academy, where ancient tomes gathered dust and forgotten spells whispered their secrets to empty halls, Aldrich Stormweaver stood before the mirror of Durin. The artifact, thought lost for centuries, had appeared in the Academy's collection without explanation, its obsidian surface reflecting not images, but truths too terrible to ignore. Aldrich, once a promising apprentice to the Archmage himself, now wore the gray robes of the disgraced. His theories about the true nature of the Balrog of Moria had earned him exile from the inner circles of magical study. But as he gazed into the mirror's depths, ripples of golden light confirmed what he had always suspected. The demon of shadow and flame was more than a mere monster. It was a key to preventing an apocalypse. The mirror showed him visions of the frozen wastes beyond the northern mountains, where ancient ice was beginning to crack. Beneath those eternal glaciers, something stirred creatures older than the First Age, waiting to reclaim what they had lost when the world was young. When the Academy's guards discovered him in the restricted section that night, Aldrich had already memorized the prophecy revealed in the mirror's depths. As they dragged him away, his former mentor, Archmage Thoren, watched with a mixture of pity and concern. "You were my finest student," Thoren said, his voice heavy with regret. "But these obsessions with forbidden knowledge, they will be your undoing." Aldrich met his mentor's gaze. "What if everything we believe about the Balrog is wrong? What if it's not our enemy, but our last hope?" That night, under the light of 3 moons, Aldrich fled the Academy with nothing but his staff, a few ancient scrolls, and the burning certainty of his purpose. The mirror had shown him a path, one that led straight into the heart of Moria itself. His journey drew others to his cause. First came Lyra, Swiftshadow, a ranger whose ancestors had guarded the secrets of the northern wastes for generations. She had seen the ice breaks firsthand and knew something ancient was awakening. Then there was Corrigan the Twice Dead, a dwarf who had survived an encounter with the Balrog and lived to tell a tale few believed of intelligence in those flames, of purpose behind the destruction. As they descended into Moria's depths, Aldrich shared what the mirror had revealed. The Balrog was one of several guardians placed by the Valar themselves, tasked with keeping watch over portals to realms better left sealed. But over millennia of isolation, their purpose had become corrupted, their methods twisted by loneliness and the weight of their burden. In the great halls of Dwaradelf, where pillars rose like ancient trees of stone into darkness, they encountered evidence supporting Aldrich's theories. Ancient murals depicted the Balrog not as a demon, but as a crowned figure holding back tides of chaos. Runes spoke of a pact between the first dwarves and beings of flame who promised to stand guard over the doors beneath the world. Their journey reached its turning point in the chamber of eternal flame, where heat made the very air shimmer and dance. Here, Aldri unveiled the final piece of his theory. The mirror had shown him that the Balrog's apparent rampage through Moria had not been mindless destruction. It had been a desperate attempt to reach an ancient mechanism that needed to be activated before the northern threat could fully awaken. The demon's fury was purpose, not madness, he explained to his companions as they stood before a wall of living flame. Every chamber it destroyed, every hall it burned, it was trying to reach something hidden by those who came before, but their revelation came at a cost. The very forces they sought to understand had noticed their presence. From the depths came creatures of ice and shadow, advanced scouts of the ancient enemy, drawn to their discovery like moths to flame. The chamber became a battlefield where fire magic met killing cold, where theory became desperate practice. In that moment of crisis, as ice wraiths threatened to overwhelm them, the Balrog itself appeared. But instead of the mindless destroyer of legend, Aldrich saw what the mirror had shown him, a being of terrible purpose. Its flames not weapons but tools, its roar not rage but a call to arms. Using knowledge pieced together from forbidden texts and the mirror's revelations, Aldrich did what no mage had dared attempt in an age. He communicated with the creature. Through ancient words of power and gestures of binding, he forged a momentary connection with a being of shadow and flame. The truth that passed between them in that instant changed everything. The Balrog shared visions of what approached from the north, beings that would make demons seem merciful by comparison, entities that had been imprisoned in ice since the world's shaping. Its presence in Moria had never been about destruction. It had been about maintaining an ancient defense that was now more crucial than ever. As their enemies closed in, Aldrich made a choice that would have once seemed unthinkable. With Lyra's ancient knowledge of the northern wards and Corrigan's understanding of the deep places, they helped the Balrog reach its goal, an ancient mechanism that would strengthen the seals holding back the greater darkness. They emerged from Moria changed, carrying a truth that few would believe, but all needed to hear. The Balrog remained below, not as a threat, but as a guardian once more, its purpose renewed through understanding rather than conflict. In the years that followed, Aldrich would be vindicated as signs of the northern threat became impossible to ignore. The academy that had cast him out would eventually seek his wisdom, and the mirror of Durin would take its place among the great artifacts of the age, not for showing what was, but for revealing what had always been true to those brave enough to look. For in the end, the greatest mysteries often lie not in what we don't know, but in what we think we know too well. Sometimes the monsters we fear are not monsters at all, but guardians whose purpose we have forgotten, waiting for someone to remember the truth. Story 3. Princess Helga Ironfist stood before her father's tomb, her fingers tracing the runes etched in ancient stone. As the last heir of Khazad-dûm's royal line, she had expected to inherit the crown, the throne, perhaps even the burden of exile. Instead, she inherited a mystery, an amulet that whispered with the voices of the dead. The Soul Stone, as it was called, had been passed down through generations of Moria's rulers, though its true power had been forgotten in the centuries since the Great Exodus. But on this night, as Helga clasped it around her neck for the first time, the voices of her ancestors filled her mind with urgent purpose. Through the stone's power, she saw Moria not as the abandoned halls of legend, but as a living kingdom teeming with the spirits of those who had come before. Most urgent among these spectral voices was that of King Durin III, who revealed a truth that had been lost to time. The Balrog had once been Moria's greatest protector, a being of noble purpose corrupted by an ancient darkness that still lurked in the depths of the earth. 3 relics must be found, the ancient king's spirit told her, each guarded by those who claim our homeland as their own. Only together can they break the chains of corruption and restore what was lost. The first relic lay in the hands of the Deep Dwellers, a sect of dwarves who had never abandoned Moria, instead retreating to its lowest levels where they maintained ancient forges that never cooled. The second was held by the Twilight Elves, who had claimed the upper halls as a sacred trust, believing they were protecting the world from the Balrog's fury. The third had been seized by the Forge Wraiths, spirits of ancient dwarf smiths who had refused to abandon their works, even in death. Helga's quest began in the market city of Dale, where she gathered her companion. There was Grim Stonefist, a battle-scarred dwarf warrior who had once led expeditions into Moria's depths. Arya Moonweaver, an elven sage who had spent centuries studying the intersection of dwarf and elven magics. And Thorn Shadowmend, a human priest whose order specialized in communicating with the departed. Their first challenge lay in reaching the Deep Dweller's domain. Through halls where darkness itself seemed to breathe, they descended into Moria's depths. The Soul Stone guided them, its whispers growing stronger as they approached places of power and significance. In the forgotten forges of the Deep Dwellers, they found not enemies but potential allies. These dwarves, their skin pale from generations underground, had preserved ancient knowledge about the Balrog's true nature. They guarded the Hammer of Dawn, the first of the three relics, a tool that had once been used to forge bonds between mortals and divine beings. The journey to the Twilight Elves proved more perilous. These elves had developed their own theories about Moria's fall and viewed any dwarf presence as a threat to their sacred duty. Yet, when Helga revealed the truth through the Soulstone's power, showing them visions of the Balrog's original purpose, they surrendered the second relic, the Crown of Stars, an elven artifact capable of purifying corrupted spirits. The final challenge lay in confronting the Forge Wraiths, spirits bound to their ancient works by duty and regret. In the great Forge of Narvi, where mithril still flowed in eternal rivers, they faced these spectral craftsmen. Through the Soulstone's power, Helga spoke to them not as intruders, but as their rightful queen, proving her lineage through knowledge only the dead could have shared. The Forge Wraiths, moved by her understanding and compassion, relinquished the final relic, the heart of the mountain, a crystal that contained the pure essence of Moria itself. But gathering the relics was only the beginning. As they prepared for the ritual that would restore the Balrog's true nature, dark forces gathered to stop them. The corruption that had twisted the Balrog had not been idle. It had grown, spread, and now threatened to consume not just the demon, but all of Moria. In the chamber of Khazad Diem, before the bridge of Durin's Bane, Helga and her companions prepared for the ritual. The spirits of ancient kings gathered around them, their presence made visible by the Soulstone's power. As they began the ceremony, combining dwarf craft, elven magic, and human faith, the corruption made its final assault. Shadows took physical form, threatening to overwhelm them. The Balrog itself appeared, its flames now tainted with darkness that had nothing to do with its original nature. But Helga stood firm, wielding the three relics as the spirits of her ancestors lent her their strength. The Hammer of Dawn struck true, breaking the chains of corruption. The Crown of Stars blazed with purifying light. The heart of the mountain resonated with the very essence of what Moria had once been and could be again. When the darkness finally cleared, what remained was not the demon of shadow and flame that had haunted legend, but a being of pure fire and purpose, Moria's guardian restored to its original glory. Through the Soulstone, Helga heard its voice, not in words but in intentions, gratitude, dedication, and a renewed commitment to its ancient duty. The restoration of the Balrog marked not just the end of their quest, but the beginning of Moria's rebirth. The Deep Dwellers emerged from their depths, the Twilight Elves descended from their high halls, and even the Forge Wraiths found peace, their long vigil finally complete. Helga took her place as queen of a transformed Moria, where dwarf, elf, and spirit worked together under the protection of their restored guardian. The Soulstone remained her most trusted advisor, connecting her to the wisdom of ages past while helping to forge a new future. For in the deep places of the world, where shadow and light dance an eternal dance, sometimes the greatest transformations come not from destroying what we fear, but from understanding what it truly is. And sometimes the voices of the past speak not to bind us to old ways, but to help us forge new paths through the darkness. Story 4. Deep within the abandoned archives of Moria, where shadows danced with ancient memories, Aaron Starweaver's torch illuminated words that would change everything. The half-elven warrior's hands trembled as he unrolled the weathered scroll, the personal diary of Durin VI, last true king of Khazad Diem. What he read there shattered centuries of accepted history. "We did not awaken the Balrog," the ancient king's words declared. "We summoned it, knowing the price we would pay, for what sleeps beneath our kingdom would demand a far greater sacrifice if left unchecked." Erin's companions gathered around him. Thoren Stoneshaper, a master of ancient dwarven runecraft. Lyra Nightwhisper, an elven sage whose dreams had guided them to this chamber. And Grim Shadowmend, a dwarf whose family had never abandoned their vigil in Moria's deeper halls. The diary revealed a truth too terrible to comprehend. The Balrog was not their enemy, it was a guardian, bound by ancient pacts to contain something far worse. Beneath the lowest foundations of Moria lay a prison built in the First Age, holding entities that had nearly unmade the world before the first kingdoms of elves or men had risen. As Erin read further, his visions, which had plagued him since childhood, suddenly made terrible sense. The flashes of fire and shadow he had always interpreted as warnings about the Balrog were actually glimpses of a greater truth. The ancient prison was failing, and the Balrog's presence was all that held it together. Their discovery set in motion a desperate race against time. Strange tremors shook the ancient halls, and from the deepest minds came sounds that no mortal was meant to hear, the stirring of things that should have slept forever. Through halls where mithril still gleamed in untouched veins, they followed the path laid out in Durin's diary. The king had left a trail of hidden runes, each revealing another piece of the terrible puzzle. The Balrog had not been corrupted by darkness, as legend claimed it had absorbed it, taking into itself the very corruption that threatened to free the ancient evil below. In the Chamber of Eternal Flames, they found the first evidence of the prison's weakening. Cracks in the floor revealed chasms that seemed to have no bottom, and from them rose whispers and languages that made their very souls recoil. Here, Thorin's knowledge of runecraft proved invaluable as he deciphered markings that spoke of the original binding. The ancients knew, he explained, his voice hushed with awe and terror. They knew that someday the prison would fail. The Balrog wasn't their mistake, it was their contingency plan. Their journey took them deeper still, to places where the very rock seemed to pulse with malevolent life. In these depths, Lyra's dreams became more intense, showing her visions of the world's unmaking if they failed. Grim's knowledge of Moria's secret ways helped them navigate passages that had been deliberately hidden, designed to keep the curious from stumbling upon truths better left undisturbed. But it was Erin's visions that led them to the final chamber, a vast cavern where reality itself seemed to thin. Here, ancient magic still thrummed with power, maintaining seals that had held for ages. And here, finally, they confronted the full gravity of their choice. The Balrog appeared before them, not as the mindless destroyer of legend, but as a being of terrible purpose. Through his visions, Erin understood what had to be done. The creature's apparent rampage through Moria had been a desperate attempt to strengthen the failing seals, each act of destruction actually an effort to contain something far worse. Now they faced an impossible choice. They could use the knowledge found in Durin's diary to seal away the Balrog, ending its reign of terror, but doing so would remove the last barrier holding back the ancient evil below. Or they could find a way to redirect its power, supporting its ancient purpose, while risking the wrath of a being that had become synonymous with destruction. As the chamber shook with increasing violence, Erin's visions reached their crescendo. He saw two possible futures, one where the Balrog was sealed away, leading to a brief peace before ultimate darkness consumed everything, and another where they found a way to work with the ancient guardian, accepting the presence of a controlled evil to prevent an absolute one. The ritual they performed that day would be spoken of in whispers for generations to come. Using Thorin's understanding of runes, Lyra's connection to ancient magics, and Grim's deep knowledge of Moria's power, they found a way to strengthen the Balrog's guardianship while maintaining control over its destructive nature. Erin's role was perhaps the most crucial and the most terrible. His mixed heritage allowed him to serve as a bridge, connecting the magics of different races into a new kind of seal. But maintaining this connection would require him to remain in Moria, his consciousness forever linked to both the Balrog and the evil it contained. As the ritual reached its climax, the chamber filled with light and shadow, fire and ice, creation and destruction, all dancing together in a display of power not seen since the elder days. When it was done, the Balrog remained but transformed, its purpose clear once more, its power directed and controlled through Erin's sacrifice. They emerged from those depths changed, carrying a truth that would reshape their understanding of good and evil. The Balrog continued its eternal vigil, but now with purpose restored and powers focused. Erin remained in Moria's depths, a living anchor between guardian and prison, between past and present, between destruction and salvation. For sometimes the greatest evils are not those that rage openly, but those that wait quietly in the dark. And sometimes the greatest heroes are not those who destroy monsters, but those who understand why they are necessary. In the years that followed, Moria would remain a place of shadow and flame, but now those who knew the truth understood that this was not a curse, but a sacrifice willingly made to protect the world above. For in the deepest darkness, sometimes we find that our greatest fears are actually our strongest shields against terrors we can barely comprehend. Story 5. In the fathomless depths of Moria, where shadow and stone had kept their ancient covenant for millennia, the last of the blue wizards stood before a wall that should not exist. Gandalf the Night Reaver, as he was known in the eastern lands, traced his gnarled fingers across runes that glowed with a pale, ethereal light markings that spoke of secrets older than the mountains themselves. The torch in his hand cast dancing shadows across the obsidian walls, each flicker seeming to give life to the intricate carvings that told stories of an age when dwarves and elves still walked these halls as allies. But it was not these familiar tales that had drawn him to this forgotten corner of the greatest dwarf kingdom ever built. No, it was something far more troubling, a prophecy written in a script so old it predated the first kingdoms of men. The fire that sleeps must not be roused, he whispered, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. For in its awakening lies both doom and salvation. The wizard's contemplation was interrupted by the sound of shifting stones, not the natural settling of the mountain, but the deliberate movement of those who knew these paths. From the darkness emerged three figures: Thorin Stonefist, heir to an exiled clan; his sister D.S. Flameheart, whose eyes held the wisdom of the ancient forges; and their cousin Balin Truthseeker, keeper of histories long forgotten. So the rumors were true. Thorin's deep voice echoed off the walls. The last blue wizard walks the halls of our fathers. Gandalf turned, his blue robes shimmering with stored power. Your father's halls harbor more than memories, Thorin, son of Durin. What we face now began long before the Balrog's awakening. The mention of the ancient demon caused DS to grip her war hammer tighter. Our ancestors' shame walks these halls still. We bear the burden of their folly, perhaps, Gandalf replied, his eyes twinkling with hidden knowledge. Or perhaps what we think we know is but a shadow of the truth over the next hours. In a chamber fortified with both dwarvish craft and elven magic, Gandalf revealed what he had discovered. The portal before them was not merely a door, it was a seal, created by a coalition of elven sages and dwarf rune masters in an age when the world was young. The Balrog had not been accidentally awakened by the dwarves' greed, as legend claimed. It had been imprisoned here, bound by magics so powerful they had reshaped the very mountain. But the seal is failing, Balin observed, his scholar's eye catching the hairline fractures in the ancient runes. The bindings weaken, yes, Gandalf confirmed, and when they break entirely, what emerges may be far worse than what the histories remember. The Balrog is not merely a creature of shadow and flame, it is a guardian, though a corrupted one. As they delved deeper into the mystery, their small company grew. They were joined by Nori Shadowstep, a dwarf scout whose family had never abandoned these halls, and Cylindril, an elven loremaster who had spent centuries studying the intersection of dwarvish and elven magics. Their journey took them through chambers that had not seen light in an age past forges where mithril still flowed in hidden veins, through halls where the very air seemed to whisper with ancient songs. Each step brought them closer to understanding the true nature of their enemy, and with it, the weight of the choice that lay before them. The Balrog, they learned, had once been a creature of order, not chaos, a powerful spirit, tasked with guarding an ancient evil far below the foundations of the mountain. But corruption had seeped into its essence over the millennia of its watch. twisting its purpose, but never fully erasing it. The revelation came in the Chamber of Echoes, where the walls themselves preserved the voices of the past. Here, they heard the true story, how the dwarves who awakened the Balrog had actually been trying to strengthen its prison, for they had foreseen the weakening of the ancient bond. Their efforts had failed, but not through greed or pride, through simple tragedy, the complexity of magics they had not fully understood. As they pieced together the truth, they also discovered their purpose. The portal Gandalf had found was not meant to seal the Balrog away, it was meant to restore it. But such restoration would require a price, the combined power of dwarf, elf, and wizard, freely given, and with it the risk that if they failed, both the Balrog and the evil it guarded would be unleashed upon the world. The final chamber, where the Balrog's true prison lay, was a vast cavern that seemed to have no end. Here, the very air trembled with power, and in the depths, they could see it not the creature of nightmare that stalked the histories, but something both more and less than that. A being of fire and shadow, yes, but in its core still burned the original light of its purpose. "We are not here to destroy it," Gandalf announced, his voice carrying the authority of ages. "We are here to remind it of what it once was. The ritual that followed drew upon magics not seen in Middle-earth since the first age dwarvish runes of binding and restoration, elven songs of healing and remembrance, and the profound power of a wizard who had walked the far corners of the world seeking understanding. In the end, when the chamber filled with light and shadow, when the very mountain seemed to hold its breath, they discovered that the greatest battles are not always won with swords and axes. Sometimes they are won with understanding, with the courage to see beyond the surface of ancient fears, and with the wisdom to know when to heal rather than destroy. The Balrog was not sealed away that day. Instead, it was awakened, truly awakened to its original purpose. The halls of Khazad-dûm gained a guardian once more, though few would ever know its true nature. And in the chronicles kept by Balin Truthseeker, a new chapter was written, speaking not of the shame of awakening, but of the courage of restoration. For in the deep places of the world, where shadow and light maintain their ancient dance, sometimes what we fear most is not what we should fear at all. Sometimes the greatest darkness comes not from ancient demons, but from our failure to understand them. And sometimes the greatest victories come not from destroying our enemies, but from remembering that they were never our enemies at all. Story 6. Deep beneath the ancient halls of Moria, where shadows danced on walls carved by master craftsmen long departed, Thora's steel fist stood frozen before a discovery that would shake the very foundations of her world. The chamber she had stumbled upon was unlike any other in the dwarven kingdom. Its walls bore scorch marks that seemed to pulse with an inner light, and in the center stood a crystalline pedestal holding what appeared to be a living flame, suspended in mid-air. The young dwarf warrior's heart pounded against her mithril breastplate as she recognized the telltale signs from the ancient scrolls she had studied in her youth. This was no ordinary fire, this was a fragment of the Balrog, the demon of shadow and flame that had brought doom to Khazad-dûm centuries ago. The stories told that Gandalf the Grey had defeated the creature, but as Thora gazed upon the writhing flame, she realized with growing horror that the truth was far more complex. "By Durin's beard," she whispered, her words echoing in the chamber. The flame seemed to respond to her voice, twisting and reaching toward her like a living thing. Through its dancing light, visions began to flash in her mind, 6 other flames, scattered throughout the depths of Moria, each one a piece of the sundered Balrog's essence. Thora's discovery led her to the hidden archives of her clan, the Iron Fists, where she uncovered an ancient tome that confirmed her worst fears. The Balrog had not been destroyed, but rather split into 7 fragments by Gandalf's powerful magic, a desperate measure when complete destruction proved impossible. Each fragment contained a portion of the demon's consciousness and power, and if ever reunited, would restore the Balrog to its full terrible glory. The revelation that shook her to her core came 3 days later, during the clan's secret council meeting. Hidden behind a tapestry in the Great Hall, Thora watched as her father, Lord Grimhand Ironfist, revealed a truth that had been kept within their clan for generations. The Iron Fists were the guardians of one of the 7 fragments, protecting it in the belief that keeping it separate from the others would prevent the Balrog's return. But something had changed. The fragment they guarded had begun to pulse with increasing strength, calling to its scattered brethren. Other fragments were stirring too, their power growing as they sought to reunite. The council spoke in hushed tones of strange occurrences throughout Moria, unexplained fires, shadows that moved against the light, and whispers in the dark that drove miners mad. Torn between loyalty to her clan and the growing certainty that keeping the fragments separate was no longer enough, Thora made a decision that would set her on a path from which there would be no return. She would need to find all 7 fragments, not to unite them, but to find a way to destroy them once and for all. Her quest began in secret, using her position as a guard captain to explore the deepest reaches of Moria. She discovered that each fragment was different. One burned with unquenchable rage, another whispered seductive promises of power, while a third brought forth the deepest fears of those who approached it. Each had been hidden away by different dwarven clans, each believing they alone knew the truth. In the ruins of the 21st Hall, Thora encountered Kirin Shadowweaver, an exile from the Blacklock clan who had also uncovered the truth about the fragments. Though initially distrustful, they formed an alliance when they realized they shared the same goal. Kirin revealed that the fragments were not just pieces of the Balrog's power, they were pieces of its very soul, and with each passing year, they grew stronger in their desire to reunite. Their search led them through forgotten corridors and abandoned mines, facing dangers both ancient and new. In the chamber of Mazarbel, they found evidence that the fragment's influence was spreading, corrupting the very stone of Moria. Ancient dwarven guardians, enchanted statues meant to protect the kingdom, had begun to turn against their creators, their runes glowing with an evil fire. The situation reached a critical point when Thora discovered that her own clan's fragment had begun to affect her father. Lord Grimhand's eyes had taken on a burning quality, and his decisions became increasingly erratic. He spoke of using the fragment's power to restore Moria to its former glory, refusing to see that he was being corrupted by the very force he had sworn to contain. As more fragments were discovered, their power grew exponentially. Shadows lengthened in the halls of Moria, and the air itself seemed to crackle with dark energy. Thora and Kirin raced against time, knowing that if they couldn't find a way to destroy the fragments, the Balrog would eventually reform itself, with or without anyone's help. The answer came from an unexpected source: ancient elvish writings found in a sealed chamber, suggesting that the fragments could be unmade only in the fires of their origin. The same forge fires of Moria that had given the Balrog its physical form centuries ago could be used to unmake it, but only if all 7 fragments were brought together in a carefully controlled ritual. It was a desperate gamble bring together the very pieces they had fought to keep apart, risking the Balrog's resurrection in hopes of destroying it forever. The alternative, however, was watching as the fragments slowly corrupted everything they touched until nothing remained of the kingdom but ash and shadow. The final confrontation took place in the deepest forge of Moria, where the heat of the earth itself still burned. Thora faced her father, who had succumbed to the fragment's influence, and now stood against her with eyes of flame. With Kirin's help and the sacrifice of loyal friends who believed in their cause, they managed to gather all 7 fragments. As the fragments were cast into the forge fire, the very foundations of Moria trembled. The Balrog's essence fought against its destruction, nearly breaking free in one final, terrible moment of almost resurrection. But Thora, channeling the strength of her ancestors and the wisdom of those who had protected Moria for generations, completed the ritual that would end the threat forever. The fragments were destroyed, but at a great cost. Many lives were lost, and parts of Moria would bear the scars of the battle for centuries to come. Yet in the aftermath, as the shadows retreated and the ancient halls grew quiet once more, Thora knew they had succeeded where even Gandalf had not in truly destroying the Balrog, not just dividing its power. In the years that followed, Thora became known as Flamequencher, and her story was added to the great chronicles of Moria. But perhaps more importantly, she had learned that true courage lay not in blindly maintaining tradition, but in being willing to risk everything to protect what was truly important. As she stood in the restored halls of her ancestors, watching new generations of dwarves work and thrive without fear of shadow or flame, Thora realized that sometimes the greatest victories come not from preserving the past, but from having the courage to forge a new future. Story 7. The great gates of Moria groaned open on a moonless night, their ancient mechanisms echoing through the mountain halls as a solitary figure approached. Moketh the Black, wrapped in robes that seemed to absorb the torchlight rather than reflect it, stood before the dwarven kingdom's entrance, his staff of twisted blackwood trailing wisps of shadow in its wake. Prince Durin VIII watched from the battlements, his young face etched with concern beneath his carefully braided beard. The stories of his childhood flashed through his mind, tales of the Balrog's devastation, passed down through generations since the terrible day when the dwarfs delved too deep and awakened an ancient evil. Now, this mysterious mage claimed he could control that very power. The council chamber buzzed with tension as Moketh made his proposition. The world grows darker. His velvet voice rolled through the hall. ORCs multiply in the mountains. Dark creatures stir in ancient depths, and the enemies of the dwarven realms gather strength. But imagine if the very power that once brought doom to Moria could be harnessed as its shield. Durin studied the assembled faces of his advisors. Old Balin Stonefist, his father's most trusted counselor, nodded thoughtfully, while Lady Dis Ironweave's eyes narrowed with suspicion. The prince himself felt an uncomfortable stirring in his soul. Something about Moketh's words rang false, like fool's gold glittering in a deep mine. Strange signs began appearing throughout Moria in the days that followed. Ancient runes carved into the walls glowed with an inner fire, and deep in the mines, workers reported hearing distant roars that shook loose stones from the ceiling. Most troubling were the dreams shared by many in the kingdom of a great shadow rising from the depths, wearing a crown of flame. In the great library, Durin discovered an ancient prophecy etched in mithril on black stone. When shadow seeks to wear the crown, and ancient fire vows to will, beware the one who brings false dawn. For darkness deeper lurks still, the words haunted him as he watched Moketh conduct his rituals in the lower halls, drawing forth whispers of flame from the very rock. The council remained divided. Some saw salvation in Moketh's promises, while others counseled caution. The decision weighed heavily on Durin until one night, unable to sleep, he ventured into the depths of Moria's archives. There, among scrolls thick with dust, he found records of an ancient order of dark mages who had tried to bind demon spirits to their will. The price of such binding was always the same, the slow corruption of both binder and bound, until nothing remained but chaos and destruction. As Durin emerged from the archives, he encountered Nissa Truthseeker, a young dwarf scholar who had been investigating Moketh's background. "My prince," she whispered, her eyes wide with urgency, "I've found something. The runes in his staff, they're not for binding or control. They're for awakening and merging." The truth struck Durin like a hammer blow. Moketh didn't want to control the Balrog. He wanted to become one with it, to absorb its power and transform himself into something monstrous. The protection he offered would be nothing more than trading one doom for another. But before Durin could act on this knowledge, Moketh made his move. During a grand ceremony, supposedly meant to establish his protective enchantments, the dark mage revealed his true intentions. As the assembled dwarven nobles watched in horror, he began a ritual that sent dark energies pulsing through the ancient halls, awakening something in the depths. The chamber erupted into chaos as guards rushed forward, but Moketh's power had grown too strong. Shadows wrapped around him like armor as he fought his way toward the lowest levels of Moria, where the Balrog had fallen. Durin, armed with his ancestor's hammer and accompanied by a small band of loyal warriors, gave chase through the twisting corridors. The final confrontation took place in a vast cavern where the very air seemed to burn with memory. Moketh stood before a great chasm, dark energy swirling around him as he began the final words of his spell. But Durin had one advantage. The mage hadn't counted on the blood of the ancient kings that flowed through his veins, and with it, a deep connection to Moria itself. As Moketh's ritual reached its crescendo, Durin struck the cavern floor with his hammer, channeling the power of his ancestors through the very stone of the mountain. The impact sent shockwaves through the chamber, disrupting the delicate patterns of dark energy Mocketh had woven. The mage's spell backfired spectacularly, causing the shadows he had gathered to turn against him. In the aftermath, as Mocketh's screams faded into the depths, Durin discovered the true meaning of the prophecy. The darker still hadn't referred to the Balrog at all, but to the ambition of those who would try to master such power. The real threat hadn't been the demon in the deep, but the demons that lurked in the hearts of those seeking power at any cost. The events changed Moria and its young prince. New wards were placed throughout the kingdom, not to contain power, but to warn against those who would misuse it. Durin established an order of scholar guards, led by Nissa Truthseeker, dedicated to protecting the kingdom's knowledge and ensuring that the truth about power's corruption would never be forgotten. Years later, travelers would sometimes speak of seeing lights in Moria's windows that burned with an unusually pure and steady flame, and of hearing songs that echoed from its depths, not of power or glory, but of wisdom and vigilance. For Durin VIII had learned what his ancestors had not, that true strength lay not in controlling great powers, but in knowing when to reject them entirely. The story of Mocketh became a cautionary tale, told to young dwarves as they learned their crafts and histories. But more than that, it became a reminder that sometimes the greatest victories come not from gaining power, but from choosing to walk away from it. In the end, Moria stood stronger, not because it had harnessed the power of its ancient enemy, but because it had learned to recognize the subtle shapes that evil could take, even when it came bearing gifts of salvation. Story 8. In the deepest mines of Moria, where even the bravest dwarven miners seldom ventured, the discovery of the black crystal changed everything. It pulsed with an inner light that seemed to whisper ancient secrets, its faceted surface reflecting not the torch light, but something deeper, something that burned with the memory of shadow and flame. Kira Ironbeard stood transfixed before the crystal, her calloused hands hovering inches from its surface. As the youngest master runesmith in 3 generations, she had developed a reputation for reading the most ancient and obscure runes in the kingdom. But these markings that spiraled around the crystal's base were unlike anything she had ever encountered. They seemed to shift and change as she watched, their meaning dancing just beyond her grasp. The crystal had been discovered by the secret guild of deep miners, an elite group of dwarves who specialized in recovering ancient artifacts from Moria's lowest levels. Their leader, Thoren Blackbeak, had immediately recognized that this was no ordinary find. The crystal's presence affected everyone differently. Some reported hearing whispered songs in the dark, while others found their dreams filled with visions of ancient forges and weapons of impossible power. Kira spent long hours in her workshop, studying rubbings of the crystal's markings by lamplight. As she worked, she began to notice patterns in the seemingly random scratches and swirls. They weren't runes at all, but a form of memory script, an ancient dwarven art used to store memories within stone. The crystal wasn't just an artifact, it was a repository of memories, and they belonged to the Balrog itself. The dreams began on the 3rd night of her study. In them, Kira saw through the eyes of the ancient demon as it forged weapons of terrible power, axes that could cleave mountains, hammers that sparked with lightning, and swords that burned with eternal flame. These weren't just weapons. They were parts of a grand design, pieces of a puzzle that had been scattered throughout Moria centuries ago. When she brought her findings to the Council of Elders, the chamber erupted into chaos. Some argued for the crystal's immediate destruction, while others saw an opportunity to reclaim lost knowledge and power. But Kira had seen something in her dreams that the others hadn't. Each weapon forged by the Balrog contained a fragment of its essence, and they were meant to be found again. The crystal's influence grew stronger with each passing day. Dwarves throughout Moria reported strange compulsions to dig in specific locations, and ancient weapons began surfacing in forgotten chambers. Each discovery brought with it a surge of power that seemed to pulse through the very stones of the mountain. Kira recognized the danger before the others. The weapons weren't just relics, they were vessels, each one containing a portion of the Balrog's power, waiting to be claimed. Those who found them reported feeling stronger, more powerful, but she noticed the subtle changes in their behavior: increased aggression, burning eyes, and an insatiable hunger for more. Working in secret, she began decoding more of the memory script. The truth she uncovered was chilling. The Balrog had anticipated its own defeat centuries ago. It had forged these weapons as a contingency, each one designed to slowly corrupt its wielder, transforming them into vessels for its power. When enough weapons were claimed, the corruption would spread, creating an army of fire-touched warriors that would serve as the perfect instruments for the demon's return. The situation reached a critical point when Thoren Blackpick discovered the Flameheart axe in a sealed chamber. The weapon's influence was immediate and devastating. Within days, the once level-headed leader had gathered a following of similarly armed warriors, their eyes glowing with an inner fire as they spoke of cleansing Moria with flame. Kira realized she had to act quickly. Her studies had revealed that the weapon's power was linked to the black crystal. It served as a beacon, calling to the scattered pieces of the Balrog's essence. If she could destroy the crystal, she might be able to break its hold over the weapons and their wielders. But the crystal was protected by those who had already fallen under its influence. To reach it, Kira would need help from those who could resist its call. She found allies in unexpected places, young apprentices whose connection to the living rock of Moria was stronger than their desire for power, and elderly craftsmen who remembered the old stories of the Balrog's devastation. The final confrontation came during the Feast of Forging, when the corrupted warriors planned to perform a ritual that would fully awaken the power within their weapons. Kira and her allies struck under cover of the celebrations, fighting their way through the transformed defenders to reach the crystal's chamber. The battle was fierce, but the true challenge came when they reached the crystal. Its power had grown exponentially, and it fought back with all the cunning and might of the demon whose memories it contained. Kira had to draw upon everything she knew about runecraft and the ancient ways of stone singing to counter its influence. In the end, it was not force that won the day, but understanding. Kira realized that the crystal, for all its power, was bound by the same rules as all memory script. Using her knowledge of runic arts, she began a countersong, a melody of forged fire and stone that unraveled the complex patterns holding the memories in place. As the crystal's power broke, its hold over the weapons and their wielders shattered. The corrupted warriors collapsed, their weapons turning to ash in their hands. The black crystal itself crumbled into dust, taking with it the last coherent memories of the Balrog's terrible legacy. In the aftermath, Moria changed. New laws were written concerning the discovery of ancient artifacts, and Kira established a school of runic studies dedicated to understanding and protecting against such threats in the future. The weapons that survived were sealed away in heavily warded vaults, their locations known only to a select few. Years later, when young dwarves asked about the scorch marks that still scarred some of Moria's deepest chambers, they were told not just of the danger of ancient powers, but of the importance of choosing knowledge over power and wisdom over strength. For in the end, it was not might of arms that had saved them, but the careful study of their own history and the courage to face uncomfortable truths. The black crystal became a legend, a reminder that sometimes the most dangerous remnants of the past are not the obvious threats, but the subtle temptations that promise power while concealing their true cost. Story 9. Dawn broke over the eastern gates of Moria as an unusual procession approached the ancient dwarven kingdom. Led by Celebrindle, an elven sage whose silver hair seemed to catch starlight even in daylight, the group of elven mystics carried with them ancient scrolls and crystals that hummed with mysterious energy. Their arrival had been foretold in dreams that had plagued Thorin Stoneblade, captain of Moria's guard. For weeks, visions of fire transformed into light and darkness yielding to dawn. The great hall fell silent as Celebrindle unveiled their shocking proposal. Ancient elven texts, preserved in the libraries of Rivendell for millennia, suggested that the Balrog had once been a Maya, a guardian spirit created by the Valar themselves. Before its corruption by Morgoth, it had been a protector of the sacred fires of creation. The elves believed that deep within the demon's twisted essence, that original noble spirit might still exist. Thorin's weathered face remained impassive as he listened, but his mind raced with memories passed down through generations, tales of the devastation wrought by the Balrog, the screams of dying dwarves, the flames that had consumed entire families. How could anyone suggest that such a creature of darkness might have once been a being of light? The debate in the council chamber lasted for days. Some, like Master Forge Lord Durin, saw only madness in the elves' proposal. Others, including the young lorekeeper Frasier Truthseeker, argued that if there was even a chance to transform an ancient enemy into an ally, they must try. The decision ultimately fell to Thoren, as captain of the guard and protector of Moria's security. Late one night, unable to sleep, Thoren descended to the lowest levels of Moria, to the bridge where Gandalf had faced the Balrog. As he stood there, a strange peace settled over him. The ever-present heat from the depths seemed different somehow, not the angry burn of destruction, but something older, something that reminded him of the forge fires where he had learned his craft. The elven ritual would be dangerous. The scrolls spoke of a complex ceremony that would require both elven magic and dwarven craft, combining the light of ancient elvish crystals with the resonant properties of mithril. More importantly, it would require someone to stand as an anchor, a bridge between the present and the past, between what the Balrog was and what it had once been. Thorin volunteered himself for this role, despite the protests of his advisors. "I have guarded Moria against the shadow," he declared to the council. "If there is a chance to transform that shadow into light, I must be the one to try." The preparation took weeks. Dwarven craftsmen worked alongside elven mystics, forging special channels in the rock to direct the energies they would summon. Celebrindle taught Thorin ancient words of power, their syllables burning in his mind like embers. The very stones of Moria seemed to hold their breath in anticipation. On the night of the ritual, the chosen chamber deep within Moria glowed with the light of 1,000 crystals. Elven songs echoed off the walls, their harmonies weaving with the deeper resonance of dwarven chants. Thorin stood at the center of an intricate pattern carved into the floor, his armor replaced by robes inscribed with runes of protection and transformation. As the ritual began, Thorin felt the presence of the Balrog's spirit stirring in the depths. It was vast, ancient, and filled with both rage and pain. Through the connection established by the ritual, he began to see fragments of memories not just of destruction, but of a time before, when the being had stood guard over the sacred fires of creation, protecting the works of the Valar themselves. The challenge came when these memories triggered others' darker ones, of corruption and fall. The Balrog's essence fought against the transformation, its anger threatening to overwhelm the ritual's carefully constructed bounds. But in that moment of crisis, Thorin understood something crucial. The anger was not just destruction, but the rage of something noble that had been twisted against its purpose. Drawing upon every lesson he had learned about protection and duty, Thorin reached out not with force, but with understanding. He showed the spirit his own memories of guarding Moria, of standing watch not for glory, but for the safety of others. In that moment of connection, something shifted in the ancient being's essence. The chamber erupted with light as the transformation took hold. The darkness that had corrupted the Balrog for ages began to burn away, revealing something underneath that shone like the heart of a star. Those present would later struggle to describe what they saw. Some spoke of wings of light, others of a form that seemed to be pure flame without shadow. When the light finally faded, the chamber was changed. The very rocks seemed to glow with a warm, protecting light. Where there had been suffocating heat, there was now a gentle warmth that brought to mind not destruction, but creation. The Balrog's spirit had been transformed, though not quite in the way anyone had expected. It did not return to a physical form, but instead became bound to Moria itself, not as a creature of shadow and flame, but as a guardian presence that suffused the ancient halls. The perpetual darkness that had plagued the deeper levels was replaced by a soft, guiding light that seemed to shine from the very stone. Thorin emerged from the ritual changed as well. His hair had turned silver white, and those who looked into his eyes sometimes claimed they could see flames dancing in their depths. But they were not the flames of destruction, rather, they reflected the protective fire that now burned at Moria's heart. In the years that followed, Moria flourished as it hadn't since the days of its founding. The transformed spirit's presence served as both protection and inspiration, guiding dwarven crafters to new heights of creation. The halls that had once echoed with terror now rang with the sounds of hammers and songs. The story of the Balrog's redemption became a testament to the power of understanding and the possibility of change. Elves and dwarves found new respect for each other's wisdom, and the halls of Moria became a place where both peoples would gather to share knowledge and craft. And sometimes, in the deepest night, those who walked Moria's halls would feel a warm presence watching over them, not a demon of shadow and flame, but a guardian spirit returned at last to its true purpose, protecting the works of creation with the same fierce devotion it had shown at the dawn of time.